Okay. And I just realized something. Love your lives. I learned a lot. Good. Like I said, I'm glad that it is definitely useful. I just realized that my YouTube and Twitch streams up until now have not had any sound output. All right. Well, those live streams might be useless. I don't know. We'll see. In any event, on we go. I did notice this wattle has a little bit. I want a little bit more of a curve here. All right, and then I'm going to unlock it. I'm going to zoom in, do a smooth. Okay. All right, on we go. Let's see, where were we? Ah, yes, the legs. All right, so now our legs need toes, and we're going to extend this back one back a little bit longer because I want it to print flat on the print bed. That's the idea there. So let's go ahead. Actually, what we could do, we could just go ahead and duplicate this one here. Let's go ahead and clone it. Turn snap off. Okay, I hit clone and it didn't clone. Let's try again. What is going on with your bad self? And now we've probably got multiples, like we did before. All right, there we go. All right, I'm going to straighten it out somewhat, twist it into shape, or turn it into shape. We're not actually twisting something. All right, I'm going to go to the front here, the other front, just lock it down, line it up with the foot, with the leg, because we're making the foot. There we go. We'll get it all. We're going to get it into place first, and then we'll line it up proportionately. That way, I'm not trying to work at such a small size that you can't see what's going on. I'm going to do multiple radiuses here. Now it looks like going outside was exactly what they wanted because now everybody's happy. Alright, we're going to go to the top, turn on X-ray because I want to see through our model here. I'm going to clone this into 3 other toes. So let's go ahead and clone that one. I'm going to set it to 45 degrees to constrain the snap. And we will clone it one more time and put a toe over on the other side. Now, we're working on a mirror, so everything I do on one side will happen on the other. So if I want to pull these toes in like this, I like to make these toes a little fat because we're not looking for photorealistic turkey here. We're going with an animated, an animated look. All right, we'll tune this. Like I said, when we look at it from the side. Looks like we've got everything lined up pretty well. I think what I might do, because when these legs are cut later, what you'll notice is that they splay outward just a little bit, and it's kind of hard to judge. Hold on, here you can see it. It's hard to judge where this is going to land depending on how much weight is on top of your model. So as long as your link allows this leg to compress, then it should be fine. So that's why you want to make sure that you build enough play in your links when you have a standing model like this. So if you have it standing flat on its feet, it'll compress enough for this piece, which originates from the body, to fit right back against the body and then allow this thing to stand squarely without tipping over or backwards or whatever. Hope that's helpful. Okay, I'm going to lock it down, because we're going to do two things to the final model. We're going to trim the back of it so it prints flat on the bed like with everything else, and then we're going to trim it flat here so it stands flat when you stand it up on its feet too. Hello Vision, welcome back, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Like Mr. Smith said in the Matrix, Mr. Anderson, welcome back. We missed you. Although I don't think Mr. Smith meant that. I actually meant welcome back, so. Okie doke. Alright, so again, this is our butt, which we're going to trim, and I want to trim these legs flat at the back of the butt. So let's pull this up here, make sure we got plenty of geometry that will allow us to do that. And it looks like I want to fatten these feet up a little bit too. I added you on Fortnite, I think. Take your time, I know we're both busy. Yeah, I should be, my crew actually wanted me to jump on last night, but I was up until 11:30 watching the Cubs game. Now the series is tied at 2 games apiece. Woohoo! Sorry if there's any Brewers fans out there. Okay, that's okay. But I should be out there tonight. I've got a lot of stuff to do this afternoon, apart from this. So if I don't get too exhausted from doing that stuff, I should be out there. But we'll play it by ear. Alright, I'm going to go from the front here. I'm going to scale these up. Actually, you know what we're going to do? We're going to duplicate those toes from the center again. Because I got those pretty much where I want them. Yeah, I should have done that initially. Actually, let's just double check against our profile here. Thank you. So your joints, you make these with cylinders instead of a torus? No, we will be using toruses, my pre-made joint master. But then the turkey's tail feathers will be using the cylinder method. With a unique new way of doing the pivot bar, which typically in the past we've always made the pivot bar a separate item, but this will actually be, hey Dafa, Devano, hi, hope you're still out there. Sorry I didn't have any sound earlier, I forgot I didn't have my microphone on. This is Nomad Sculpt, running on an iPad Pro. That's funny, the things that you see once you start tweaking and moving things around. I'm not liking this model, so I think it's a little too stretched out there, so let's just pull it back, turn on symmetry. Alright, back to our legs in progress. I want to grab both of these and move them up, like so. And then we're going to shorten that center leg, or the center tube that makes up our leg, I should say. It's right in the center of our foot. Okay, what would you say the benefit is for using both types of joints? Well, so a torus-based joint, alright, if you look at it like this, can rotate and flex in any direction. Okay, that's the basic concept. 2 toruses, right? 2 rings. If you use a cylinder, it can only pivot. So typically cylinders, or a variation of a cylinder joint, is what's used in elbow joints. So like for example, my wrist, if you could imagine my wrist, this one's got a little bit of arthritis, so sorry if it's not moving as much as you normal people. Let's use this one. This one moves. So this would be two toruses linked together. My finger would be cylinder joints on a pivot bar, because I cannot rotate them, sideways. I mean, some people can move their joints sideways to a degree, but for the most part. So these would be cylinder joints on a pivot, and this joint down here would be a torus. So you just use the joint that applies in the particular application. Yes. It's in 3D, in the 3D modeling and more specifically animation world, setting up inverse kinematics, it's called constraints. You set constraints on particular planes of your joints. So some joints will only have rotation on the x-axis or on the y-axis, or the z-axis, again, depending on the application. Or if you turn off constraints in all of the axes, then depending where you put the pivot point, it'll rotate like it's on a ball joint. All right, let's go ahead and stop playing with these toes and make the ones that go out to the side. Clone these. Let's see, rotation is constrained to 45 degrees. Clone it again. And go the opposite direction. Now once again I'm going to shorten up these inner ones just a smidge, and the outer ones. Not too much, but just a little bit. Alright. I'm going to turn my grid on, and I'm going to use the grid to kind of line up where I want these toes to fall. So I'm going to imagine this is my cut line here. Actually, you know what? We don't have to do it that way. We can go this way. Just use our gizmo. Rotate. Whoop, turn off our snap, and just rotate them down. So they're broaching the line of that grid. So when we trim the bottoms later, there'll be a little curve along the top, and then the bottoms will be nice and flat. Now I'm really struggling with whether or not I want to put toenails on this guy, little turkey talons. I think we'll actually put a curve here to curve that a little more. Bump that up just a smidge, a little more curve along the top. It's funny because working with a template in the background, the sculpt is actually taking longer than the original one did, because I'm trying to make it so much like the original. This is Nomad Sculpt running on an iPad Pro. Alright, so there is our body. We've got our feet and our legs. Let's go ahead and join these feet together. Let me think for just a minute. Do I want to do the talons? There's different ways to do the talons. I think at the very least we'll paint the ends like a black color. Maybe we'll do that. Yeah, let's do that. Alright, so I'm going to select all these pieces here. Actually, before we do that, we're going to go here and validate our mirror, and we'll join the children, so it's all one piece. Oh no, we don't want to do that. We want to keep these feet separate, don't we? I didn't think about that. So here's what we're going to do. because these feet will need to be part of this drumstick. So when we separate the feet, sorry, let me think forward here. One thing that I need to point out on this particular model, there was a lot of engineering that went into this. So that's the other thing too, is being able to think forward how your pieces are going to work. And it's important to think about that ahead of time so you can set your model up correctly. So give me just a second. Let's see, if I do the foot as one piece, then I can mirror the piece later. So what we want to do is actually, we're going to pull all of this. We're going to grab all these pieces. We're going to mesh them together. Oh, you know what? Almost forgot. We need to check our topography. Let's make sure we've got a lot of divisions in our model here so it's nice and smooth model when we convert it. Alright, now we're going to grab all these pieces and we're going to say, let's turn these into one piece of geometry. And this one, because it's a mirror, we're just going to move this out of the mirror, and now we only have one foot. Alright, so let's clean this foot up. Smooth it out a little bit. Probably should have gone a little higher with our topography. Get some more polygons in there. I'm going to solo this so we're just working with the foot only. Glad you all stuck around this long, and you will be rewarded because we're going to be doing some really cool stuff later with stencils, mask extraction. It's going to get crazy up in here. It's going to be like the best part of the movie. So if you need to use the bathroom or something, get something to eat, now's probably the best time to do it, because later you're not going to want to leave. Trust me, I've seen this movie before. I could have done with corporate smooth, but sometimes I like to use the smooth tool just to control how much smoothing I'm applying in particular areas. Steph's excited. That's the right attitude. That's the right attitude. Like to hear that. My mother-in-law lives with us, and I will tell you that she just requested another cup of coffee. So I'm unfortunately going to have to step away just for a second. It won't take me but a second to get her a fresh cup. She told me no rush, so whenever I reach a breaking point, she knows I'm streaming. So now the question is how are we going to do these toes, claws, whatever. I don't want to give this guy talons like we did with our eagle, but I definitely want to create some separation on the end of this, and I think we'll just wait until the time comes to paint these areas. Sorry, wipe my camera there. Yeah, so for now, I think we'll just go ahead and leave it the way it is, and do it with paint later. Excuse me. Normally, if I was doing a talon, I would do a tube, bring it to a point, angle it down, and then flatten this off and create a bit of a, take my inflate tool and create a bit of a ridge around the end of the toe, like that. But, like I said, I think we're just going to keep it simple, because there's going to be a lot more stuff on this thing that's going to make it potentially more complicated. Alright, let's look at the back end here. Yeah, when we trim that, that should trim the foot just right as well. Alright, cool. Leg, foot, whatever. Alright, so that's all lined up perfectly. Let's save where we're at. It's the responsible thing to do. And then let's do a save as, which will be our new turkey number 4 version. Snacks on buds. iPad, I am an Apple guy, have been since 1984, not even kidding. But yes, you can use an Android tablet on these for Nomad as well. They have an Android version. I don't have an Android tablet. I can't tell you anything about it, but I'm assuming that it all works pretty much the same. Anybody here that's using Nomad that has an Android and can speak to that, please let Snacks on Buds know that is the case. Real quick, I want to take a look at my reference image here at the top. And that's what I thought. It's a little pointed here. I'm not going to worry about it. We're gonna work on the feathers first. So I'm going to move this profile over here so we can see this reference, I should say. Lock it down, and there is our harvest chicken or turkey from the front. And now we're going to create feathers. This is where it starts getting kind of crazy. So, hope you went to the bathroom. Return your trays to the full upright your seats to the full upright position. Still your tray tables, and fasten your seat belts because it's about to get great. You're excited. I'm excited, and I've already done this. All right. Let's give these polygons some purpose, shall we? I'm going to move this off to the side because I'm going to grab my tube tool and I'm going to make a feather. And we're just going to stretch that baby out right about here. And you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to actually undo that. I'm going to turn my grid on. I'm going to be the responsible artist. I'm going to put my feather on the snap line. Turn on the snap. Alright, let's see. Alright, let's zoom in a little bit. Nope, that's not going to work. Alright. I was trying to... Well, let's do it like I was going to do it. We can always move the feather in and put it where we want after the fact. I'm going to turn snap off. We don't need snap. Feather originates about here. Goes out to about here. And we'll tune this later. So now, because we had the issues with the feather that we did, I'll be using this for reference in some cases and in some cases not. So now things may go a little quicker now because we're gonna freelance it a little bit. But I at least want to get the size roughly the same. So I think we did so. Oop. All right. All right, there's our feather. We're done. Thanks for coming. Hope I didn't give you a nosebleed. All right. Seriously. Let's move this back here. Actually, I forgot. I do want to move my reference image over. You know what? Let's make it a little smaller here, so I don't have to move it anymore. Lock it. I'll make sure the position of my feather is roughly in the right spot. There we go. Okay. So, turn the grid off. We don't need that stinking grid. Let's work on the shape of this feather and then we'll put it where it goes. So the first thing we need to do is we need to change the profile. And we need to turn on radius and all points in between. I want to curve, oh, wrong side. I'm going to curve the top of this feather, and we're going to bring it down, flatten that profile down just a little bit, and we're going to move it, put it right up here on the center line. X marks the spot, or a cross marks the spot. Actually, I might even go a little bit flatter. We'll change this later if we need to. Actually, we'll probably just leave it up there. All right. Now, I'm going to enable all profiles, and we're going to copy this and paste it across all, so it's the same profile on both of our points at the moment. Let's come back to the front, close this panel. Yeah, I'm going to get in touch with the maker of Nomad and see if there's a way to do a multi-port view, because I think that would be really beneficial to modelers rather than having to keep going back and forth and moving the reference image. If you could put a reference image in each port, work side, front, back, or top, and then a 3D view, I think that would, it's kind of the way I worked in Lightwave. I don't know if it's possible with this though. It might consume too many resources, possibly why it's not done already. Alright, let's expand this out here, make it more feather-like. Okay, now that I have this feather kind of set up the way that I want, I'm going to go ahead and rotate it into position, turn my grid on, turn on snap, line it up, and I'm going to slip back into point edit mode and zoom in so I get more grid divisions here. And I'm just going to line this all up to make sure it's 100% straight. It is. And now I'm going to move it over to the center where the turkey is at. I'm going to turn on X-ray so I can see through it. And it's roughly the right spot. Let me check proportions here real quick. Yeah, it's close. It's probably got to be done just a little bit more. Alright. The multi-port view, yeah, like I said, it just comes from years of experience working with, well, since I've been working in 3D, 35 plus years ago, there's always been a 4-point. Some people work with 2 or 3 ports. I always work with 4, like top, side, top, front, side, top, and then a 3D rendered view. So I could see the changes I was making in the other ports in real time. But I don't develop this application, so there's no benefit to listening to me. Alright, I think we got the general shape of this feather, although I wonder if it might be a little too thin down here, so let's step down here and fatten that up just a little. Actually, you know what, I don't want to fatten it, I want to change the profile shape. And the reason is because we're going to trim the back of this a little bit. I want to make sure we got plenty of meat out here to make a nice decent print. Steph, it is being streamed on YouTube, but my apologies. I think you heard, I don't know if you heard me say earlier that I accidentally did not have the sound turned on. But if you don't need sound, then yeah, you're good to go. Or you will be good to go. It'll be on YouTube. And probably NBC and the Food Network, because we are doing turkey. So you might want to check there too. Not really. Anyway, yeah, maybe message me if you go out and look at it on YouTube. Or there's sound now. Like I said, I don't think there was earlier though. The Crunchbringer on Twitch says hello. Hello, Crunchbringer. I'm getting a podcast mic with a boom arm and all that. So we'll have really decent sound, because I've been told that a lot of people like listening to my voice. They've compared me to the Bob Ross. They call me the Bob Ross of 3D printing. I don't know about that, but if you like my voice, you like my voice. And the podcast mic, I think, should help that a little bit, make it a little even more easier to listen to. So, and my dad jokes won't hit so hard, I think, if I have a decent mic. But we'll see. I don't know. All right. That feather lines up good. So, now what we're going to do is the part that is both exciting and can be exciting and irritating all at the same time. Let's see. We don't have to convert this feather yet. Oh, I'm sorry. Actually, before we do that, let's go ahead. We need to add our cylinder. Now, I could do a torus, But I'm not going to do the torus because I want this. I don't want there to be a lot of play back and forth between the feathers. You know, there's enough as it is with the cylinder. So I'm going to stick with the cylinder approach. I'm going to add a cylinder, scale it down, flatten it down, and then give it a little look, turn on the snap, rotate it into place, and position it over here with our feather. This is where the engineering gets, a lot of thought goes into it. I'm going to try to, again, I've only done this once, so I can speak to it to a certain point, what I did and how I did it, but then if it sounds like I'm rethinking it or trying to refigure out what I did, that's because I've only done it once. I'm actually going to pull this down a little bit more into our cylinder. And I'm going to put a point here because I want to control how quickly this widens as it goes up away from the body. Actually, I'm going to go a little bit past the cylinder, and you'll see why eventually. Alright, I like that. Okay, let's see what this looks like from the side. Yep, looks good. Looks real good. Looks real good. Might bring this profile up just a little bit here. That's this one here. Let's go up a notch. See what we get. Yeah, I like that. All right. So let me real quick explain to you what's going on here. We're going to make a hole. Actually, let's go ahead and do that. Let's clone this. Make a hole in our cylinder. Stretch it out a little bit. And this cylinder here, we'll increase the divisions as well so we get a nice bit of geometry. And then we're going to grab the first cylinder, we'll hide it, and then we'll select that, we'll boolean it, and use that to cut out our pivot cylinder. Alright, now we need the tube, which we should name this as a feather, because we're definitely going to need to know what this thing is. So let me explain to you a little bit what's going on here. This pivot cylinder and feather combination are going to pivot. Let me grab my test sample here. This is just a section. I printed a section to check the feather pivot. To make sure that it worked. I didn't want these feathers to pivot back too far. In other words, I didn't want them to pivot all the way to the point where they're laying flat, because I thought that would look kind of goofy. But yet I wanted there to be enough articulation, enough movement. In order to do that and to make that happen, I had to create I had to engineer some sort of a break. And that's why this is extended out here. That might be a little far. We'll check when we set this all up. So this will pivot. When I use this feather to create the boolean to cut out the recess for the pivot feather, I wanted there to be enough of a break where the feather would lean back only so far, and then this would hit the surface inside that the pivot cylinder boolean made. It'll make more sense as I do it, but at the same time, and I'm going to turn off solo now, when we trim the back of this turkey, the back end will be flush with the feathers. Okay. So the other challenge is when I rotate the boolean in with the brake on it, there was some geometry here that didn't get cut out because it was rotated in. So then we also have to extend the bottom of this feather for the boolean. So when you rotate it, again, I rotate it like maybe 10 degrees, that piece still sticks out, so it cuts into the body and creates the necessary cavity for the feather. In addition to that, we also have to carefully engineer how many feathers, and in this case, from center, I had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on each side. Too many feathers, and it gets wonky in terms of this area in here, and I can show you this. And this is part of the reason I wanted to remodel this a little bit. You can see how thin this surface is here. Okay, that's kind of like the minimum, and you really have to engineer these feathers to be far enough apart, but yet wide enough up here so they don't look like they're just, you know, stick feathers. And yet leave enough room here to, when you expand this with your boolean, to leave enough surface here to print on your printer successfully. So a lot of things to think about. Yeah, I use glacier plates on my printers, so I didn't have any problems with this stuff sticking, but some people might not have that same capability or that same equipment lineup. So that's why I want to make absolutely certain that we make this as successful as possible for as many people as possible. Again, this is for my YouTube crowd. Let me switch cameras. Sorry, I need to go back to the OBS. Sorry. So, like I said, this is really where it gets a little bit tedious. And the way to get these feathers to go the way that you want is to add more points along your circle. Okay, so let me get rid of this point. So no matter how much I move this feather here, I can get it to lean and move the way that I want by tweaking the circle, but if I move it here to get it a certain distance from here, it's going to widen the distance here. So the only way around that is to put another point, another control point on this path. So it's by adding control points and then moving that path into the shape that you want it around your turkey. You'll eventually get the look and the distance in between the pieces that you want as well. And like I said, this is just a little bit of tedium. Also taking into account where the back end of your bird is. And I'm realizing that we need to bring this all down. Oop, don't need that point. Now, does it have to be a perfect circle? No. But again, the situation you're going to run into is if it's not a circle, or as close to a circle as possible, then you're going to get overlap on your feathers. And that is going to mess with your articulation for obvious reasons. Okay, so we're getting there. I'll zoom out, and that's roughly the right position. So now, I'm going to get really specific. Alright, give me 1 second. I'm going to break away here real quick for a quick bathroom break and take Mom-in-Law her coffee. And I will just leave this up and running. Be right back. Okay, we're back. So I was thinking while I was away. Oops, sorry. Some of you might say, well, wouldn't it be easier just to make one feather and clone it and wrap it around, position it on the back of your turkey? And the answer is sure. It may have been. But I want to show you this is the way that I do it, and I like to use the tools and become an expert at the tools that are provided. And down the road, my anticipation is that it will speed up my workflow. What year was your house built? 70s, early 70s. So that's why I kind of sometimes seem to be going about things the hard way, but I'm trying to use the tools within the application it'll print on its back like this on the bed. So anyway, okay, yep, that's not too far off when this one was built. Crunchbringer, hey. Oh, you're showing up on chat, yay. Don't know if you're still out there, but hey, and thanks for stopping by. All right, so we've got a pretty good separation between the feathers. We've got a tight gap here, kind of a big gap here. So let's see if we can move these a little closer together. Once I validate these, I may just do some tweaking and move them into place. Whoa, what was that? Oh, someone sent me some roses. Thank you. Appreciate it. That will keep me from having to pick up flowers later today. Alright. Nope. Still a little off down here. I'm going to drag this down. Nope. Let me turn snap off. And as I said before, I'm trying to create a sizable gap, so I think actually I might even go down a little bit lower. I can't go too low though, than I did last time, because I want to create a sizable gap in between the pivot cylinder of these feathers as well. Because remember, we're going to create a boolean that's going to have a gap, and we got to allow for that gap as well. Where are we at on sizing? It's a little big. I think we need to bring this all in just a little bit like this. Let's look at it from the side now. Alright, you can see that I'm going to turn off X-ray real quick. These feathers have to go a lot further into the body for obvious reasons. So yeah, we need to do that. And you know what? Just for the moment, I'm going to go ahead and turn our reference image off because I feel like it's a little distracting for me. So I'm just going to turn it off. We can turn it back on when we want. I'm going to grab my gizmo tool. We're going to pull this in even further. I'm going to turn X-ray off. I'm going to step out here and see how far in it's got to go. Okay, that's not going to work. What are we going to do here? That's the right. So I must need to pull the back end of our turkey out a little bit, but I thought we were pretty close. You know what? Now that I look at the original, yeah, that geometry's got to bump out there a little bit. All right, that's fine. Let's do that. I'm going to lock it down. We got this body selected. Let's grab our move tool. Now we could do move. I think I might try to use the inflate tool. Set it at a very low intensity. Pump the brush size up a little bit, and let's just inflate the back end of our turkey. Bring it out a little bit above the geometry of these feathers. We'll turn the grid off. We don't really need that. Oh, Harper's Customs. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad that we can be part of your journey. You'll have to keep us posted on what you're making. I like to watch other artists and see what they're doing. Tell them where they're messing up, what they're doing wrong. No, I'm kidding. Quite the contrary. I like as much as possible to see if I can be an inspiration or just a helping hand where needed. Alright, so we're just inflating our geometry gently. I've got the intensity down to about 6%, so we're not going to get crazy here all at once until these feathers start disappearing into the body. I have symmetry turned on, so whatever we're doing on this side is happening on the other side as well. Boop, there goes one. There goes the other. Actually, you know what? I'm going to back up a little bit because we don't want to bury the geometry. We want these to poke out just a little bit. So are you using Nomad Sculpt, Harper? I'm going to call you Harper rather than your whole handle, if that's okay. Alright, I'm going to turn sub off so I can pull the geometry out right along here. Now isn't that nice? Using our inflate tool, we were able to pull this geometry out just in certain areas and have it reflect the shape and the you got Nomad, awesome, on an iPad, great. Harper, you might be interested if you want to check the links in our bio. We do have a Discord server and we have a Nomad channel on our Discord server. If you want to be part of our community, that would be how you do it. The most direct way, of course. Give us a follow on here. Some other artists that you would want to consider following. One of them is in chat right now. Yeah, Chaos is still here. Chaos Costumes. Be sure to give her a follow. She's very talented. Don't tell her, but I've stole a couple of ideas from her. I'm just kidding. You know what they say, right? Great artists steal, bad artists copy. So I'm proud to say that there are some artists on here that I have definitely stole from, and I hope some are stealing from me too. And if you copy me, well, that's between you and God. All right. Yes, people ask me for tutorials, and I say, go check out Chaos's stuff. I don't have time for stinking tutorials. I'm kidding. No, the truth is I really don't have time for tutorials right now. I am trying to build up my library of content for people, and sculpting keeps me busy, and quite frankly, I'm not one to just do the minimum. Case in point, a lot of artists that I respect greatly for their technique and whatnot, they have a tendency to only put out, 3 or 4 models a month. My Harvest collection alone will have 10 models in it, and then I've got my monthly animal wiggle buds. That's what we call them, wiggle buds. 3 more, so there'll be a total of 13 models dropping this month. So doesn't leave me much time for tutorials. Alright, so using the Sculpt tool, we've come along this back ridge here and gently pulled this turkey's butt into alignment with our ring of feathers. I'm honored. Thank you, Chaos. I'm glad to hear that. Like I said, I'm always glad to hear that you know, that we're doing stuff that people appreciate and can learn from, and at the very minimum find entertaining. Like I said, I consider you a leader in the discipline and the application. So if you're getting something from me, I am flattered. Oh yeah? Now I gotta check it out. I mean, I should check it out anyway, but now I really have to check it out. Alright, so you see how we have modified. I'm going to use our smooth tool here again. I'm going to cut the intensity down to about 120. You can see how we have, oh shoot, I keep smoothing it over there, and that's the problem. Actually, I'm going to bump the resolution of this up just a little bit now. But you can see how we've got the back end of our turkey to closely follow our ring of feathers. I'm wondering if now would probably be a good time to trim off the back of that turkey. Actually, I don't think there's ever a bad time, so maybe we'll just let's go ahead and save where we're at. We'll save a new version, and we'll do the trim. And then that way, if I find out I messed up, we can come back and fix it. Sorry, I'm just doing a visual here to make sure I've got it the way I want. I think I want to pull it out just a little bit more here. Because someone, I don't know who, on this live stream is a bit of a perfectionist. Alright, let's lift this. Alright, there we go. I'm going to smooth it just a little bit. Not as much as I did before. Alright, let's take a look at that. And I think, don't worry about how it looks here, because that stuff is either going to be, well, that stuff will be cut out, because this will mirror over to that side. What you want to see is how does it look in between the feathers here. And I think it looks pretty good. I'm going to drop the intensity down. Give it a final surface smooth, turn on our wireframe, see if there's any weird anomalies that I can't see. And we're fine. Alright, going to the back. Just out of curiosity, I'm going to turn our reference image back on. Yeah, these feathers are a little lower, but I'm not disappointed, and the reason is because that's going to give us some more room in between the feathers, which will give us a better surface to print on our print bed when the time comes. But for now, we're going to go ahead and trim the back end of our turkey. So let's grab our trim grid, because we need something to use as a visual reference. I'm going to grab our trim tool, and we'll use the rectangle. And I'm just going to draw a square. Actually, I'm going to draw a square the size of the entire back end of our turkey. Move it, and it's still not big enough. Let's zoom out a little bit. Just draw a rectangle like that. Now we can zoom in. Tap and hold. We can move this thing around. Tap and release, and it will cut whatever is selected. So I've got the body selected. I'm going to tap. I'm going to turn off our reference image, and as you can see, we have trimmed off the back of our turkey. Pretty cool, huh? I think so. Can you make a video on how to make articulated stuff in Nomad? You know, we were just talking about that, and yes, I can, and I will. So give me a follow. I would say give me a follow. Well, give me a follow here. All of my channels are accessible through the link in my bio. But definitely look us up on YouTube and Twitch because I will be posting stuff up there as well. YouTube would probably be the best place for actual tutorials. So, all right, remember this feather? We've got good gap in between here. I like what we're looking at. We're going to go back and we're going to tweak the design and the size of this feather a little bit because I like them to be a little bit closer out here on the perimeter. So let's do that. Let's fatten them up just a little bit. Now, we've fattened up the upper portion of the feather, but we didn't change this down here at all. As you can see, it gets a little close here in a couple places. That's negligible. I'm not going to worry about it. You're already following. That's why you keep seeing our streams. Okay. All right. All right. Well, then just keep asking because you know what? The more people ask, the more inclined I am to actually take the time and create the tutorials that everybody's asking for. Because you're not the only person that's been asking. Trust me. But I do need to get proactive on this. Probably after the first of the year, and the only reason I say that is because I have already on my list. I have a dozen models I'll be doing for my holiday collection. This is the part of our harvest collection, which will be launching. It should have already launched. I'm going to launch it this weekend. I still have to do the renderings and set up my mini factory entries. And then I'm going to lean right into the holiday collection, and we got a lot to model. I got a lot of ideas, and people are like, "Oh my gosh, here's a good idea for it." Someone actually asked me for a Christmas horse. I forget who it was, and I'm like, "Is that really a thing?" I went out and I looked, and it is. So we'll be doing a Christmas horse. Yeah, you know what? Here's what's interesting. Let me tell you something interesting. If you go to my profile, you'll see that the most recent video I did, you know, most of the videos I was doing was like 200-300 views. I think I had one that went up to like 600 or 700 views. I was like, woo! I just did a short little video, which was just filming my screen. I had my phone sitting here in front of the screen showing where the, and that's the reason we're remodeling this, where the loops, some of the loops and the layers of this fused the feathers to the body. And it wasn't even that in-depth of a tutorial. I just said, yep, we're going to have to remodel it again. And I don't know, I think we're at 1,100 views now, which for me, it's pretty good. So, yeah, I know people love that stuff, and I need to do more of it. Keep bugging me about it. Keep bugging me about it. I'm not going to forget it, but if I know, yeah, like I said, there's nothing drives me to action more than people getting on my case and saying, "Is it done yet? Is it done yet?" And I say, "Kiss my lily white butt." No, I'm kidding. Sorry. Now watch me get banned from TikTok for saying butt. All right. Sorry, I'm just doing a visual inspection here to make sure I like everything, because we're gonna hit some points of no return here, and I want to make sure that we're set up for success at the very beginning. I'm going to slip into X-ray mode, take a sip of my coffee. Yeah, see, these feathers are still a little too close together in here. There's nothing we can do about that. I can't take them much lower down here, I don't think. No, I mean we could, but the other thing is again, as I said before, I don't want to get real big on my gap between the feathers up here. So what we're going to do is we're going to narrow this cylinder and the bottom of the feather down here a little bit. Let's go ahead and lock that in place. So we'll start here. Pull that in slightly. And then let's grab the cylinder. Narrow that up a bit. And then maybe what we'll do, MBDB, do me a favor, shoot me a DM on here. Let's talk about that, because I've got some ideas about doing that. I still want to do the free stuff here, but I do have a way to put it behind put some content behind a paywall, not here on TikTok. and I need, again, you know, there's a lot of opportunities, a lot of different ways that I can do it. One of the things I know that you can do, I don't know if, actually I don't know if you can do it here on anymore. Subscriptions, and there's some content that's paid and some that's free. But I've also seen people getting blowback from that, and I don't want that. Um, I prefer to keep everything free on TikTok. And if I'm going to have a paywall or any paid content, it'll either be on YouTube or it'll be private videos linked on YouTube into a private area on our Discord. Like I said, I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to set that up yet, but I'm open to having a conversation. Yeah, I'm actually streaming on Discord right now too. So if you want to watch on Discord, like I said, the link is in our bio, or is in my bio. I keep saying our. That's the marketing person in me. And you can actually see my face on Discord. You might change your mind about following me. Anyway, I'm kidding. We got to really take the time to learn this app. I want to unleash my artist skills. You know what? And hey, you should just do it. Just get this app, and even if you just play around in it, you know, make stick people. Make stick people. You know what I mean? If nothing else, just make stick people, and play with it. Seriously, have fun. I mean, if you're not having fun, why are you doing it? Seriously. So yes, I encourage you wholeheartedly to get out there, get the app. It's only 19 bucks. Again, I'm no shill for Nomad, but you can't beat $19. Seriously. I mean, you can spend more than that on Starbucks coffee in 1 week, 2 weeks at most, depending on what you drink. Okay, so back to our feather. I think what I'm going to do, I don't want to validate this feather until I absolutely have to, because I want to keep it editable. So we're not going to trim out this part here. That'll be one of the things that we do last, and that's one of the things that you have to remember when you're working in Nomad, is you have to pick and choose what you're going to do and what you're not going to do, or what you're going to save for later. And if you need to make a note to yourself so you don't forget, by all means do so. I've been working in 3D in general for more than 35 years. Nomad Sculpt, I've been working in this environment for about 6 months. So hopefully that's helpful. I used to work in corporate, and then I had my own branding and marketing consultancy for about 30 years. And every chance I got, I incorporated 3D because I just love working in 3D. And now that it's in 3D printing, it's the added benefit of creating something in 3D on an application like this, and then being able to print it into reality. And to me, I'm still a kid. Every time I fire that printer up, I'm just like, okay, I gotta watch it. How do you turn off hand input? I think it's under the preferences, where it'll reject your palm rejection. Chaos, help me out. I keep hand input. Is it in? Hold on. Chaos, you still out there? All right, I don't see it in here. Maybe it's under gesture. It's where the keyboard thing is. Oh, bindings? No, that can't be right. This is just keyboard bindings, right? This is Nomad Sculpt. Terry Shem. It's been a while. I don't. Yeah, I don't remember either. Hold on, let me ask AI. Yeah, I don't see it in there. I would think it would be under one tap shortcuts, rotate, 3 fingers, history, long press, stylus, roll, accessibility, camera, pencil, double taps. We have failed you, MBDB. I don't know. I don't remember where it's at. Interface. This is going to be the actual interface. This wouldn't have anything to do with touching or not touching with your hand. Display, cursor, wireframe, grid, two-sided outline, highlight, snap, stats. Yeah, it's not in here. Palm rejection. Oh, debug. Okay, all right. That's one that we didn't look at. Debug. Interface. I need to turn that up, actually. I was wondering where I increase that. You help me find something. Debug. Multicore sculpting. No, it doesn't seem to be in here. Menu and a menu and a menu and a menu. Exactly. You did see it? Where? Where? Is it in here? Normally it would say like palm rejection. Where'd you see it? Rotation center. Gosh, I must be looking right past it. Under quad remesh. It's under gesture. Oh, okay. Very good. Finger always smooths. No, we don't want that. Oh, wait. It's right here. Duh. Okay, so you turn on what your finger can and can't do. Yeah, it's right there. Yeah, it's not palm rejection. Yeah, I think I'm thinking of ZBrush. I think ZBrush has palm rejection. So finger, if you don't want the camera to be controlled, or the sculpting, or the gizmo, or material picking, or anything controlled by your finger, you just click all these off. There you go. Now you either have to use a mouse or a stylus. Personally, I don't mind the finger control, so. Nomad does have palm rejection. Check the bottom. Check the bottom. 3-finger stylus. Oh, guess what? There it is, palm rejection. Reject input if the contact area size larger than its value. So you set the size of. Whoop, make sure to disable this option if you have trouble interacting with the canvas. So you can set the size of the rejection threshold. There you go. Yeah, yeah, I don't know how new it is, but this is, yeah, I don't know. Don't ask me. I have no idea. I don't use it because, again, I don't lay my palms on here. But if you're using this in your hand or on your lap or something, you might want to turn that on. Yeah. We learned something new. Time for a tutorial with the interface. Thank you, Sagama Crafts. Sagama Crafts. Thank you. Yeah, that's awesome. By the way, anybody that gives me a follow, I typically follow back if you're, you know, in the industry or related some way. So if you want to give me a follow, I will most likely reciprocate. All right, so we've got our feather set up. We've got our break almost set up. I'm not going to carve the end of this break like I want to until we've got all of the pieces lined up and distributed the way that I want. We're getting close, but we're not there yet. I'm going to go look at the back here. I'm going to lock this. And I'm just trying to imagine. I'll have to rotate this in place. When it comes time, I'll put these in a mirror and flip them over to this side without duplicating this one here. But as you can see, it's a little bit off center. Again, not a huge deal. What I'm most concerned about is my gap down here. Once this is all done and I've instanced all these, I can tweak and just, you know, kind of modify them a little bit where I want them to lay. And like this one here, I want it to be perfectly vertical. Again, I could set it up to do that right now. Let me see what I can do with the snap tool. Let's try it and see what happens if I bring everything to the center line. Whoop! Didn't mean to lose that point. Okay, I think that actually worked better than I thought it would. I don't want to pull it down further. Oh, what I was saying earlier too is what I could do is we could narrow this down just a smidge here too. Just kind of cheat the layout a little bit. All right, now this one here I want to rotate into position to get it to line up. I'm going to go 2 degrees. Okay. And you know what? We're going to narrow it down just a little bit more so it fits inside this feather right here. There we go. And I'm going to turn on snap, zoom in, make sure it lives right where we want it to. Turn off X-ray, make sure I didn't mess up my pull this in just a smidge. I just want it flush with the body, like that. Alright, let's turn our grid off. Hello? I don't want to ask Siri. I have nothing to say to Siri that we haven't already talked about before. Alright. Is there a way to do parametric or close to CAD kind of stuff in Nomad? Terry Shev, yes, we are. Hold on. I gotta go back. Oh, that's why you looked into my profile. Who, me? Yeah. Did I give you a follow? Siri? Yeah, don't get me talking about Siri. Okay, now my iPad is talking to me. Yeah, I generally take a look at people's profiles. Like I said, if they throw me a follow. If it's somebody that's just doing, propaganda stuff or just, I don't know. There's some weird profiles out there, so I always just take a quick look. You're playing WoW right now, recharging my brain. I've really been seriously considering getting back into WoW, so I'm gonna try and talk my wife to get back into it because she was a butt-kicking paladin. Let's see, are they going to be able to flex? Yes, that is the idea. Is there a way to do parametric or close to CAD kind of stuff? No, I wouldn't say that that it's really easy to do CAD type stuff in here, but it just depends on how well versed you are with the tools, with the tool set. You can do a lot of stuff, but there are some things that you have to do workarounds, and you can't just do straight, CAD stuff like lofting and. There's a lathe tool, there's a tube tool. The Boolean tool in this is second to none. Nope, I always look at, is Nomad worth 20 bucks? Well, I'll tell you what, I've been using it for the past 6 months. I'm going to save this, because we got a lot of people in here that are curious about this. And I'm going to show you my core collection of flexies that I've built over the past 6 months. Okay, a lot of these are in our starter pack on my mini factory. You can get there either through the link in my bio or on Patreon. So I would say yes, it's well worth it. And there's a lot of other stuff that I've done and am doing. Like I said, that's our core group. Here is our Halloween collection. We got Beaglestein, we got Ghost Penguin, we got Zombie Raccoon, we've got Dracula Dragon. This coffin here, actually, even though we didn't use CAD, this is a coffin with the stakes act as handles, so you can take the lid off. Our cauldron over here is, of course, a witch falling into her own potion. And if you grab the legs and pull it out, the potion acts as a lid. Yes. Beaglestein. What else we got? And I've changed the way that I do renderings for my items now. So we've got our. I haven't done our lineup for the holiday collection. I'll be working on that tonight and this weekend. There's our Pilgrim Penguin. We have a Flexi for anybody who likes cherry pie. We've got Flexi pie slices. We've got pecan pie. We've got cherry pie. We've got pumpkin pie. And then, of course, we have cornucopia, the horn flexes. And then we've got a beaglecopia. I own beagles, so there has to be a beagle everywhere. Beagle holding a pumpkin. Oh, low power mode, what do you mean? We're plugged in. Why are we not, hold on. Why do That's weird. It says I'm in low power mode. I'm plugged in at 100%. Alright, here's our scarecrow. This is this guy. He's not printed in color yet. I get color filament today to match the colors on the screen. So we'll be printing him in color today. So yes, long answer to a short question. I would say that Nomad is well worth the investment. Okay, Kev. Kev, if you're still here, just be aware. Just be aware there may not be audio on the first half. Yeah, my bad. I've got a mic and a boom coming today. We'll never have that happen again. Fingers crossed. All right. Back to our turkey in progress. That's what God said when he was making me. Back to our turkey in progress. All right. All right, so let's review. What do we got? We've got our pivot cylinders. We've got our feathers. I think we're looking pretty darn good. I've got a good gap in between here when we duplicate these feathers and turn them into booleans. Oh, have I tried other softwares like Blender? I actually have experience with Cinema 4D Lightweight by NewTek. I have a little bit of Blender experience. Fusion 360, Ray Dream, Infinity, Dimensions by Adobe back in the day. Played around a little bit with Maya, but if you've used NewTek or any of the other stuff, Maya's not too far of a leap. So yes, I have I have 30 plus years experience in a lot of different 3D softwares. But in all of that, this is one of my first forays into organic sculpting. Oh yeah, no, I'm not. I'll be 60 in November. No surprises there. No mystery there. I am what I am, and yeah. All right, I keep talking here, and I'm losing time, so I need to buckle down here. Not that I don't want to talk to you guys, of course. I always enjoy the conversation, but like my wife says, you get me talking, and I just don't shut up. She doesn't mean that in a bad way. It's just the truth. Okay, so at the end of the day, what we're going to do when we validate this is we're going to trim this end. We're going to round it here a little bit, and then we're going to put a ramp on the back. I'm going to solo this piece here so we can see the whole feather. So I want to see the feather and lock it. Okay, so we're going to put a ramp here, and then we'll obviously trim this flat here and then clean that up on the inside and marry the two pieces together. Before I do that, I'm actually going to go ahead, because I like the way that everything is set up here, I'm going to go ahead and duplicate or clone this curve. Now I'm going to call this Master Feathers, because this is what we will come back to. Did you work in modeling? I worked in modeling, animation, and rendering. I did all three. Now if I want to, and I might actually do that as long as we're here. Sorry, I didn't duplicate that yet, did I? No, okay. I'm gonna tweak the design of this feather again real quick. Okay, I want to see all of this. But can I go to, no I can't. What I want to do is I want to widen this, or narrow this this gap here. So I'm just going to add another point right here. Pull this down a little bit. I'm going to turn on snap so it follows that center line. And then I'm going to pull this point down. I'm going to widen this out just a little bit. Again, making sure I stay above my the turkey's body. That's what I'm looking for. Hey, Freddy. These dots are points on the edit path of my tube shape, which is where this originated. Alright, let's see how this looks. Alright, I'll want to change the profile here ever so slightly. Let's lower this down. Nope, that's the wrong one. Next one up, sir. Maybe if we pulled this out so we could actually see what we're working with. Alright, I'm going to drop this profile down. And I'm going to up the topography on this so I can see where we'll get wrinkles if we have any. Oh yeah, yeah. The default profile is a circle, but you most certainly can change the profile to any shape you want. Okay, that's the one that needs to drop. There we go, get rid of that wrinkle. I have a feeling that might be a little too thin there, so I'm going to actually come in here. I'm going to turn Snap to Grid off. Just pull this up about halfway. Okay, that looks like a fraternity paddle. But I don't really care, because I've accomplished what I want, and that is to get a wider feather. Except I feel like it may be a little too, because they're going to see the part sticking out. So I'm going to tweak this down just a little bit here. And bring this up just a smidge. Not a lot. Maybe bring this. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I like that a lot better. Makes the feather a little fatter so it covers a little more real estate, but keeps this narrow down here, so we've got room. When we do our Boolean, we've got room to have a decent surface to attach to our print plate. All right, let's save where we're at. I'm going to do another version, and then we are going to step into here, and we're going to clone these feathers, and these will be our Boolean feathers. We're going to do some fun stuff with these. The other pieces are just going to stay there and not move ever. In fact, I'm just going to go ahead for now and turn those off so you can't see them, because we're going to just work with the Boolean feathers. Okay, so the first thing we need to do with our Boolean feathers is we need to validate. And, oh, wait, before we do that, we need to rotate our Boolean feather. So I'm going to grab the feather and the cylinder. I'm going to make sure that the rotation, so, and we're going to put our pivot point for this feather right here in the center of the cylinder. I want to zoom in so I can get a visual on where this thing goes to be in the center. Close enough. All right. I'll switch to the front to make sure that it is lined up in this on this axis as well. What kind of education do you have? 3D college or something? You rare dreaming. Please refrain. I'm going to kick you. You're blocked. There you go. No. They've been blocked. No, I do not have a formal education. All of my skills are self-taught. I do not have a degree. I was actually in the Navy for 4 years, and then came out of there trying to figure out what I wanted to do, and eventually found my way into advertising, and here we are. Okay, so we've got our pivot point set up, and the reason that I did this is because now I'm going to pivot this where I want it to go. But before I do that, I think, if I remember, let me think about this just for a second. I'm going to mesh these two pieces together, first of all. Let's solo it. Let me think for just a second. I'm going to mesh. If I mesh these together, then I should still be able to rotate them. Yeah, as a group. Alright, I obviously did not increase the topology on this enough. Let's do so. And we'll validate the feather, and then we're going to join the feather to the cylinder, and we'll go ahead and remesh these together. I'm going to set it kind of high. Alright, let's turn that grid off. We don't need it. Solo. Alright, everything that we do to one feather will happen to all the other ones. So if I start smoothing this a little bit, it will smooth the other feather too. And I'll turn this off here so you can see it. See there? Let me do something a little more dramatic. See how that changes all the feathers? They're still in that curve repeater. Okay. Alright, nope. I want the smooth tone. I'm going to solo it, so I'm only looking at this one, even though I'm working with all of them. I'll clean that up a little bit. Actually, I think I'll grab, you know what, let's trim that from this side. I'm going to grab my trim, using a circle for trim. And then another thing you can do, if you grab your shape, you can then use 2 fingers to blow it up a little bit or shrink it down. Whatever you choose. We're going to blow it up a little bit. There we go. And then we will trim it. And all of the pieces are now, whoop, hold on. There we go. Alright, so that's got a nice clean trimmed center. I'm going to remesh this up kind of high. Because it's part of a curve repeater, it keeps throwing them all up there. And then we're going to go to my smooth operation here, and we're going to smooth the whole thing. Alright. I don't know why it keeps throwing up a low power. That's weird. Maybe it's time to switch to Android. I don't know. Just going to do some cleanup here, because what we're going to be doing is we're going to be using our expand operation to blow this thing up a little bit. So any anomalies in the surface will only be magnified. And if we can avoid that, by all means, we will. Alright, that looks pretty good. We're not going to use this top part of the feather, and you'll see in a second what I mean by that and why. Alright, let's turn off solo. So there's all of our Boolean feathers. We've joined the cylinders to the feathers. This is where everything will pivot. Okay. Alright, so what's next? Well, I'll tell you what's next. The next thing that we need to do is we need to duplicate these 5 feathers over to the other side. Let me think, what's the cleanest way to do that? Let me think for just a second. Sorry, I'm thinking quietly to myself. I try to talk through as much as possible, but sometimes Well, there's 5 on the side and 1 in the center. And what I want to do is I want to mirror these over and leave that center one. I don't want to mirror it. I don't need 2 center feathers. But what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to do it without getting rid of my curve repeater, because I'm not done using this yet. So actually, you know what? I know how we're going to do it. All right. So the next thing that we need to do is we're going to go ahead and pull some geometry from here, because and I'll explain. It's easier to explain it after I've done it. So let me just go ahead and do it. I'm going to pull some geometry from here, and I only want to affect. Where's my filter? Filter front-facing vertexes only. Okay. Oh gosh, I did way more than I wanted it to. All right, let's do this. We'll clean up on aisle 7. I'm going to use the same tool and we'll do an unmask. Now I want it to go all the way through. I'll zoom in. I only want that bottom set of polys. Alright, so that should be nice and clean now. And I just tapped the screen, I didn't mean to. So that's what we had. Now I'll tap the screen, it inverts our mask. And what I can do is I can grab our gizmo and we can move this geometry out like this now. And this is going to create the additional geometry that we need. This is going to create the additional geometry that we need, so when we rotate this feather, it's going to cut out the body even at an angle where it needs to be in order to create a path for the original feather to articulate. So that might not be, yeah, I need to widen that out. Let's do this. I'm going to grab that mask and I'm going to blur it. And now we'll pull out the geometry. There we go. So, is MG, who was it, MGDB, MBGD? We were talking earlier about CAD. While this is not a CAD program, through the use of masks and things like that, you can do CAD type things like extrusions and whatnot. All right, let's get rid of our mask. And let's smooth this a little bit on each side. Actually, you know what? Before I do that, grab this and we'll widen it a little bit too. And then a nice easy way to trim it will be grab our trim tool and our square. And we'll do the same thing to the other side. Okay, that's nice and clean. Let's get rid of that trim tool. Oh, we didn't go far enough on that side. Actually, that side either. Interesting. All right, well, fortunately I know how to fix that. We'll look at it from this angle. Actually, you know what we're going to do? We're going to widen it up even more. Boom, boom. Let's undo the trim, and now let's just widen that out a little bit more. Now we'll trim it. We should be good to go. I'm going to get rid of the mask though. Alright. Well, it's not perfect, but it's better. Alright, let's move this over to the other side. Just a little bit more off the top. Alright. I'm going to go ahead and remesh this just a little bit. Again, we're going to solo it. Grab that smooth tool. Just clean it up right in here. Okay, so we've got our plug, our feather boolean that we're going to use to cut out the cavity for our regular feather. Actually, there's one other thing that we need to do. I just remembered. The break will go, let's see, the break will go this way. So we're going to go ahead and trim this. Once again, let me grab our trim tool. And we'll just do a small square here like this. I'm going to grab it and we'll rotate it into position. Probably like that. Trim it. Solo. Remesh for a little smoothing. And then grab that smooth tool. There we go. All right. Now we're going to go back and turn on our original feathers so you can see them. And what we're going to do with our Boolean feathers is we're going to rotate this feather into position. So remember I told you before there's only so far that I want to allow this feather to rotate. And our center point moved again because we were doing a lot of manipulation of the geometry. So let's go ahead and realign our center point, our rotation point I should say. All right, that's good there. All right, so going back out here, we'll turn solo off. We should be able to see our original feathers. Okay, and we have the Boolean feathers selected. I'm going to come out here at this orientation so you can see. And basically, I'm going to turn on snap. We've got it set at 2 degrees, so it'll be constrained at 2-degree increments. I'm just going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. All right. I don't know if that's enough. Let's take a look at it, see if we like it. I'm going to allow just a little bit more. Let's go up to 10 degrees. So that's, actually that'd be 12 degrees. All right. And if we're happy with that, I think it could stand to go just a little bit further. You know what, I wonder if my pen is what's, no, that's at 56%. All right, so we've got our Boolean rotated now to where the furthest that we're going to allow the feathers to rotate backwards. They'll fall forward if they want, but rotating backwards, that's as far as they're going to go. I'm going to look at it, make sure I like it. You know what, let's go just a little, let's go a little more. So let's see where we're at. We're starting at, it was 16 degrees out. Let's do 20. I think 20 degrees. I'm going to look here. We still got good separation with our feathers. Let's see if we go, so we're at 20 degrees. Let's go to 4 and take a look at that. Still got good separation. I think that'd be acceptable. So now they'll fall forward, and that's as far back as they'll go. Okay? Which printer do I use? Oh, I have 5 printers. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then a Voron that I built myself. I like them all for different reasons. I like the Voron because I built it, and I like, I've got 3 Carbon X1s, and I've got a K2 Plus combo by Creality with 2 AMSs, or CFSs as they call them. And then I've got the latest from Bamboo Labs, the H2D with 2 AMSs on that. And like I said, I like them all. So, but I would have to say probably the Bamboos are my favoriteest of all favorite. All right, so remember the little extrusion we did here on the back of our geometry. it's still, and I'm going to turn off X-ray, it's still outside of the body. So it's going to create that cavity that we want. And I just realized something else. We need to trim the edges of these here so they're not square. All right, good thing we saw that when we did. Let's rotate these back to 0. I'm going to solo it. We're going to go to the back. I'm going to lock it, grab our trim tool, and we're going to come over here. Actually, I might just use the line tool because I just want to take off a little bit off the edge there. Yeah, I like that. Thank you for the pumpkin. I didn't know you could do that. You got 3 X1s. Nice. Great printers. Everyone hit the like button. Okay. Only because Jim told me to. I'm going to hit it a few times. Hold on. There you go. Thank you for reminding me. I need to hit the like button every once in a while. Alright, I'm going to do a corporate smooth with my smooth operation just one more time. Nice. Nice. Chaos has 14 P1Ps. I used to have, I had about 40 printers in this place. But when I was diagnosed with stage 4 lymphoma, and I survived it, of course, otherwise we wouldn't be talking today. The doctor told me, she said, you can't be running a print farm 24/7 anymore. It's going to kill you. And I said, okay, you're the doctor. Most of the times I don't listen to doctors, but when this one cures you from the world's deadliest lymphoma, you have a tendency to listen to what they say. P1S with AMS will do the trick. Yeah, absolutely. P1S with an AMS is a beautiful printer, beautiful setup. All right. So once again, we're going to lean this back 24 degrees because we liked 24 degrees. There we go. We'll turn off solo, and everything is as it should be. I am going to hide our master feathers again. Oh wait, no. I'm not going to hide anything just yet, because what we're going to do now is we're going to increase the size of our Boolean feather to cut out the geometry around it. So we're going to come up here to our operations, and actually, you know what, let's do a quick save. And then save as in a new version, and there we go. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and we're going to use the inflate function. Now watch what happens. Inflate, here it goes. Okay, and before we do that, I'm going to set the surface blending to about 50%. So you can see through everything a little bit. We start increasing, and you can see right here that we're getting bigger than the feather underneath. Now I'm just going to go a little bit. And is that enough? I don't know. Let's go a little bit more. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the Boolean, the regular feathers, and we're going to look at the gap that the Boolean feathers are going to create for us. And I think that's going to be, that should be plenty. Now ordinarily I would do a pivot cylinder in the center, but you see how this Boolean feather is going to, because I left the hole in the center, is going to cut out and leave a pivot bar for us automatically. Isn't that cool? You'll see it when we cut it. Alright, and I will cut a model. I'm telling you right now. Don't even mess with me. Alright. That is going to be enough clearance. I am happy with that. Let's look at the front and see what we got. Alright, it's nice and rounded. Alright, let's come out here to our Boolean feathers. I'm going to solo it because I want to look at this feather. I'm going to turn the opacity back up to 100%. Now you see we got some geometry folded in on itself, and it's a little wrinkly. That's okay. We'll fix that. We're just going to drop the resolution of our voxel remesh down to about 350. And you know what? Because I am tired of this thing showing its brothers, I'm going to pull it out of the Boolean feather repeater until I'm done messing with it. All right, so I remeshed it. I'm going to grab my smooth tool and do a final smooth all the way around. Smooth, smooth, smooth. You bet. Hey, leave a nickel in the jar on your way out the door if you don't mind. Or, this reminds me of a donut. Send me a donut. Wait until you see what I have planned for donuts. Alright. Now the cool thing is we don't need this whole feather. We're going to get rid of it. We're going to get rid of the part we don't need. Just because I want to show you how to do it. And you're welcome, Jim. I'm glad that it's helpful. And again, anybody that's benefiting from this, good for you. I am definitely doing my job, and I'm doing it correctly. All right. So there is our feather Boolean that we are going to use to cut away everything that we don't need in the body. I'm going to go ahead and actually before I'm going to unsew it, I'm going to leave the x-ray. So I only need this part of the feather down. So I'm going to grab my trim tool and I'm going to come out here and go boom. And I'm going to flip it and just trim off that part of the feather. And there you go. I'll remesh it one more time just for the record, in case anybody's looking. And now we'll drop this back into the repeater. And we have all of our Boolean feathers lined up with the original feather. And now we're going to do the fun part. And that is, we're going to save. I like to save several versions as we get into this tedious nitty-gritty stuff, because it's easy to make a mistake and you go, oh shoot, I wasn't even thinking. And then by that point, it's too late. All right, I'm going to validate all of these off of this curved repeater, right? I'm going to validate, I'm going to call this feather, because that's what it is. And I'm going to keep the instances. So let's grab this, I'm going to validate, and I'm going to keep instances. Boom. Now, the reason I did that is because each feather is its own feather. And what I can do now is I can select these feathers here, add a repeater to that, and this will just be a mirror, and now we got feathers over here. And we didn't duplicate the center feather. Well, the Boolean feathers. We'll do it with the other feathers too. Isn't that cool? Now we'll validate these, and we'll join the children. Actually, hold on. We're going to join all of these. Oh wait, no, I have to validate the repeater first. My bad. Join the children, and then we'll join these two together. Let's just use the join function. So now there's our, we'll rename this Boolean feathers. Okay? Yes, I'm sorry, Naya, it is Nomad Sculpt. Alright. So now we're going to take our Boolean object, which it is just one thing. Okay? I'm going to turn it off, or hide it. Because if you want to cut with a Boolean, you have to hide it. And then you grab the object that you want to cut, and that would be the body, wherever that body piece is. Where did the body piece go? Oh, it's all called the head now. Alright, well, we'll call it body. So again, I'm going to grab the Boolean feathers, they're hidden, and then I will select the body, while keeping these selected but hidden. We hit Boolean, ready? Boom. Just in case you missed it, let's go back and look at it from the back, because this is worth watching. Ready? This makes all the work that we've done up until now worth it. We started over, Ronnie, because I think everybody deserves to see this, because it's really one of my most ambitious sculpts as of late. So there we go. We have used this Boolean function to create all of the cutouts necessary for our feathers, which you can still see, the X-ray, for where they need to live, including that pivot bar in the center. And we created enough area here on the bottom of this body to adhere to our print bed. You didn't miss anything. We're recording on Twitch and YouTube, or streaming to YouTube and Twitch, and they record it. And I will be downloading live streams this weekend in addition to getting the harvest collection ready. So you should be able to, I should be able to edit some stuff together for people to appreciate and learn, hopefully learn from. That way too. So there should be multiple resources for you to grab hold of. I will warn you that today's YouTube and Twitch stream, I forgot to start my audio, so you may not be able to hear anything. But at least you can see what's going on, even though you won't hear me talking for the first half, which in and of itself might be a blessing. All right, let's go ahead and remesh this to do a little auto smoothing here. There we go. I'll jump in here. I've got symmetry turned on. Which is a good thing. So let's go ahead and just do some arbitrary smoothing. Not too much. We don't want to get crazy here, but just a nice clean edge. Maybe even pump this resolution up a bit higher. There we go. Yeah, I like that. Sorry, that was me making the popping noise with my mouth. That was me too. It's not a squirrel. Even though I did raise a squirrel from an infant once upon a time. All right. I gotta say, one of the things that I'm a detail person, so I get kind of geeked out with the details, and you can't tell me that that isn't just a cool looking piece of geometry. And we did this all with primitives and a little bit of foresight on how we wanted it to turn out. So but I don't know. Kind of looks like the back end of a spaceship, doesn't it? What about the squirrel thing? Did you see one? Squirrel? Oh, can't say that too loud. My dog's waking up like, where? I got it. Where? How did I learn this stuff? I am self-taught. I have been doing this for, well, Nomad Sculpt, I've been working on it for about 6 months, but I've been working in 3D for over 30 years. So, and I've been one of the top ranked, I was, before I got cancer and shut my store down temporarily. I was one of the top rated 3D printing shops on Etsy for 3 years. And I've been 3D printing for about 12 years. So I've got a little bit of background in this stuff. All right, so there is our business end of our turkey. All right, well, I wouldn't say the business end, but the booty back, the back side, the booty side. All right, so we've got our body, our turkey body, and then now we're going to go back to our master feathers. And as you can see, we have plenty of clearance for these feathers to operate in the back of our turkey. I am going to cut this ever so slightly. As I said before, I will cut a turkey. All right, let's go ahead and I think we're still in primitive mode with this guy. Yep. Which is okay. I think we've got our, let's double check. Let's double check that we like the final shape of our feather. Have you worked on any games? Games, can't remember. No, I have not worked on any games. Why do you ask? He said, with a raised eyebrow. Okay. I like the shape of the feather. Let's turn on our reference image from our original sculpt one more time. Make sure that we've got a good scale. Oh, we have a perfect scale. I love it. I love it when a turkey comes together. The software is Nomad Sculpt, running on an iPad Pro. You can use an Android tablet. You can use a phone for that matter, of any ilk. I wouldn't recommend it. There's not a lot of screen space on a phone, but you can if you want to. All right. What are we doing here? I am going to... We're going to make this feather... I'm going to validate this feather. We're going to make it real. I'm going to up the count of our topology, so we've got a good polygon count for a nice smooth feather. Boom. Okay. And if I remember right, the cylinder and feather are their own objects still because we're working with the master setup. So let's go ahead and solo those. And I'm going to lock her down. Actually, we don't need to lock it down. We're going to remesh. Set it kind of high, about 400, 425. And sell them to producers. Walker, what are you referring to? Creating models and selling them to game people, or help me help you help me understand? All right, I'm going to do a corporate smooth here with our smooth operation because he's a smooth operator. All right, I'm going to grab my trim tool. I'm going to use the circle first. I'm going to clean up this center a little bit. Remember, we can scale this down. Get it right where we want it. And I'm going to favor this side over here just a smidge. Tap it. And remember what I did before? I'm going to call this feather. Oh no. It's feather, not theater. Feather. There we go. I'm going to pull it out of the repeater, so we're just working with one feather for now. Alright, one other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to trim the back of this feather so it sits nicely on our print bed, and for that I want to show the rest of the turkey so I get all of the geometry lined up correctly. Alright. Okay, don't move it down. We can move it in. Right there. Boom. Nope, a little more. Let's zoom in a little bit. Whoop. Lock it. And boom. There we go. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and remesh that feather just a little bit. And I'm going to the back. We're going to solo it. Actually, I'm not going to solo it. I'm going to turn on X-ray because I want to see this area here. As we did before, I'm going to grab my line tool. We're going to put an angle that's equivalent to the angle of the Boolean. And then just take the edge of that feather off just a smidge. Like that. Let's remesh one more time. And I literally mean this should be the last time we have to remesh that. Alright, I'm going to double check and make sure we don't have any geometry touching in here, and I don't see any. Oh wait, there was one other thing I wanted to trim here, and again we can use the line tool for this. No, actually we can't, because the line tool will go across the whole thing. So let's do it this way. Draw a square. Grab that square, rotate it in. Again at the same angle of our break, cavity break down here. And I'm just going to take the very tip off. And now that I look at that, I think that might actually be a little too short here. So I'm going to grab the move tool, and we're just going to drag that down. Actually, we're not going to use the move tool. I'm going to use our mask select tool. I'm going to select this portion. Whoa, what just happened there? That's our mask selection. Yeah, we want to do that on the feather. Thank you for getting involved, but we really don't need your help. Thank you. All right, we're going to blur it. Oh, you can't see it, can you? Sorry. We're going to blur that edge, and then we're going to invert it. because that's the part we want to move. We'll unsolo, we'll grab our gizmo, and we're just going to pull this down a little bit. Then I'm going to look at it from the back. Lock it down. Yeah, I like that. That's good positioning. And then we'll just round this ever so slightly right here. Alright, so let's go grab our mask tool. Let's clear all. I'm gonna solo it because I want to see it. I'm gonna smooth it. And there we go. Alright, that's a good looking feather. Let's go ahead and drop that back into the repeater so we have multiple feathers. And then same as what we did last time, we're going to need this group of feathers here on the other side. So, because the Boolean originated from these feathers, as long as I don't move anything, we can duplicate them right back over here and we're good to go. So that's what we're going to do. Now we're going to be doing other stuff on these feathers too. So we don't want to pull them out of, in fact, let me think about this for a second. I think we might do that actually first. We might be able to do it later, but I don't know for sure, so let's just go ahead and do it now. We'll grab my mask tool, and I'll use the circle mask. That's kind of our base mask. And what we're going to do is we're going to create some detail on these feathers, all right, to make them interesting to look at. In order to do that, I need to go in here and adjust my alpha channel. Where's my alpha channel? Here we go. All right. This is the shape that we're going to use, right? No, I forget. Which one did I use? That one. We're going to use that one. All right. I'm going to turn symmetry off. I'm painting on one feather, so it's going to paint on all of them. Like that. Now all I need to do is, let's solo this. There we go. Right about the center. Whoop. And I'll show you're going to see in a second why we're doing this. But for right now, I'm just going to do it. Alright, so I'm going to pull this mask. I'm painting a mask all the way up the feather like that. Okay, now we've got some spillage here that we're going to clean up because we don't need it everywhere. And actually, I'm going to solo this feather because, again, remember, what we do on one feather shows up on all of them, but I wanted you to see it happen on all of them. That's the reason I did it that way. I'm going to grab my selection mask. I'm going to unmask, make sure that my filter is set to go all the way through, and it is. There we go. We'll unmask that. And we're going to unmask the bottom of this right to about there. And then I think we'll just blur it a little bit. Like so. I wonder if we should... Oh no, never mind, we don't need to. Alright, so this is what we're looking at. We've got our feather complete with feather details across all the feathers. Now we're going to do a little trick that's called mask extraction. Okay? With the mask extraction, make sure you have a mask tool selected. Doesn't matter which one. Go up here and just tap, and you'll see, like just like that, we used our mask to pull. I'm going to pin this open because as long as this is open, you see the results. To pull geometry from our object, from our mask. Okay, that's interesting. It said that it was 100%. You guys remember seeing that, right? Hold on. We are restarting. It's plugged directly in. I wonder if... Oh, Now it says 1%. Tell you what, let's do this. I've got a... Give me a second. I've got another cable here. I know the cable is fine. Give me 1 second. I've got to grab a power supply. So I'm not sure why we ran out of power there. We're tapped directly into the hub on my monitor, but maybe, you know, it might depend on which monitor I'm connected to. Hopefully we didn't lose everything. How about that? We did lose some stuff. That's funny. Turkey 8, that is the latest one, isn't it? All right. That was a little odd. My apologies for my iPad's sudden refusal to carry a charge. What's funny is when I looked at it earlier, it said it was 100%. So, all right. Well, no big deal. Let's see. This is the feathers, the Boolean feathers. That's how far back we went, and that's okay. We need to validate these, keep instances, and then again, grabbing all these feathers, we created a mirror. The cool thing about doing this stuff, and as in the case of redoing it, we're becoming experts doing this stuff. Next time when we do something like this, it'll be like, oh yeah, no, I know how to do this. I know where we're going. And there you go. All right, we're going to validate this. Join the children. And we're going to join these into one item, and we will name it feathers. There we go. And this will be Boolean feathers, so we don't get confused. All right, there we go. All right. So once again, you get a redo on this. We're going to hide the feathers and select the body, because that's what our Boolean will be cutting out. So we'll go Boolean, and we'll excavate the back end of our turkey to receive our pivoting feathers. Moving on. I don't need that group anymore, obviously. I'm not sure why it's there. Alright, so feather and cylinder, we're going to join those two together. Actually, as I did before, I'm going to pull these out so we don't keep getting the whole bunch of them. I'm going to sew it. I'm going to go ahead and up the resolution. We're currently at 400. Oh wait, did this? Okay, we need to validate this first as an item, and then we can go ahead and do what we want with it. So we pull that out of the repeater. Now we'll mesh these items together. Set the resolution kind of high. I'm going to smooth it with our smooth operation. Do a little bit of cleanup here. Remember, if you don't know, you can set your smooth higher than 100%. Alright, we gotta trim the, let's go ahead and unsolo here. We'll trim our brake with the rectangle tool. So we'll just again draw a rectangle, roughly the same angle as the geometry down here. And then I'm going to delete that. We're going to come out here on the back end, and we're going to use our line trim tool. Again, at the same angle as the geometry here. And we'll just trim this in a little bit on the side. Oh, symmetry was not on. There we go. Alright. And actually, as long as we're in the trimming game, let's turn our grid back on. Grab our rectangle. And we're going to trim the back of this feather. Even with the body. So there's the edge of the body. There's the back of our feather. Trim it. Re-res it. Okay, there we go. I'm going to do another quick smooth operation on this. And then, as we did before, I'm going to pull this back of this feather down just a little bit, because we went kind of deep with our excavation of the body piece, and I want to make sure that this break works correctly. So we'll grab our mask selection tool, use the rectangle, and actually I'm going to come from the side here. Alright, reset that. Okay, good. I want to make sure we did that correctly. I'm going to blur it, and then we'll invert it, use our gizmo tool, and for some reason, oh, it's all the way up here. Okay, that's alright. Now we'll pull that geometry down a little bit. I'm actually going to look at it from the back. Get it where I want in the back too. There we go. Alright, we'll deselect our mask, clear all. Add just a little more resolution to it. And I'm actually going to smooth this edge just a little bit right here. Turn the grid off because we don't need it. Alright, that is our rotating feather. I'm going to smooth this a little bit more in here just to make that a little less of an aggressive angle. And that'll actually be a stronger junction for our printer to print as well. Okay, now we'll put this back into our feather repeater. And once again, oh, we didn't mesh our body up. Let's go ahead and do that a little bit for a little smoothness on the edges here. Actually, let's go kind of high like we did before. Alright, now I'm going to grab this feather here, and we are going to validate keep instances. What we have is we have a bunch of feathers, like we did before with the booleans. Select all the ones we want to duplicate, just like that, and we will apply a mirror, and now we have feathers all the way around. Now, since we're instanced, I'm thinking we should still, I may have jumped ahead too quick here, let me see. Show all the feathers. And then grab our stencil that we used before, turn off symmetry. Okay, it did put it on all the other feathers as well because we're dealing with an instanced object. Okay, good. Just want to make sure. Alright, so we're going to solo that again. Alright, we're where we left off last time, so we're good. Grab our select mask, we're going to unmask, make sure that our filtering is set to go all the way through, not just the front facing vertexes. We'll clean that up, nice and clean all the way through there. I got a little bit of an anomaly there on the side, so I want to fix that real quick while I think about it. Let me clear that. Grab our ellipse tool. Make our circle. Right about there. I'm going to just smooth that center out a little bit. Okay, we cleaned up. All right, let's get our geometry here for this, or mask I should say. Mask selection, I'm going to clear that. Actually, I can use line. I didn't realize that. How about that? All right. And we're going to blur it a little bit. Clean that edge up a little bit. Once again, we'll open up our mask extraction tool. There's a lot of things you can do with this tool, but we're going to use it to create an interesting bump texture on our tail feathers. Now I don't want this jump. I want this to come up a certain height, but I don't want it to come all the way up. So let's jump back out into our mask. I'm going to modify this mask a little bit. I'm going to grab my polygon tool for unmask. Actually, yeah. And I'm going to turn on symmetry. I want to come halfway down here. Like that. Unmask, and it goes away. For the most part. Why didn't that go? Well, let's just overlap it. There we go. All right? No, I went too far. It happens. What are you going to do? All right. Now we're not showing all the feathers. You can kind of see what's going on here with the mask tool. It's creating geometry above and below the surface. Perfect. Yeah, I like that. Now I'm kind of wondering if I should just go ahead and eliminate that top part. I think I will. Not a huge fan, so let's just go ahead and get rid of it. I just want the masking tool set to unmask. We'll zoom in and just erase what we don't want. There we go. There we go. I like that better. So once you get your height set, this is where you tune the height settings and your the smoothness. And there's a lot of settings in here you can play with. But I'm just going to set it above and below the surface to a height of about 0.01, 0.02. That works for me. Let's go a little higher. Let's go 0.23. Okay, 0.023. There we go. Sometimes typing in works better. Okay. So, oh, shoot. So once you get your settings set the way you want, and your mask and all your objects line up the way you want, then you just go ahead and come down here and hit extract, and now it becomes its own geometry. So I turn on X-ray. So you get the point. So what I'm going to do with these pieces here, I'm going to select all of them. I'm going to go ahead and group those into their own group. Except we did not mirror them. Why not? And then it duplicated the one on top. Alright, we can't do it that way. Let me think for a minute. Oh, that's why. Okay. These we can group. There we go. I'm going to go ahead and eliminate the mask. I'm going to clear all masks on my original piece. Precision, good call. Let's go ahead and save a new version, number 9. Thank you for the reminder. Sometimes you get into stuff and you forget what you're doing. Alright. Alright, so that is the most difficult part of this model, to be honest with you. And like I said, I did go ahead and check clearances. I think we're good this time. We should not have any issues with the geometry welding itself to the other pieces. Looking around here, it looks like everything has good clearances all the way around, which is vital in doing a sculpting, or a flexi. A sculpting. Everything's a sculpting. Whether or not it flexes is a different story. I've got about another half hour, so I think what we're going to do now. I just realized the iPad is not showing up on my stream on YouTube and Twitch because that's why. I'm going to plug the power in here into the keyboard. There we go. Now we got power. And now everybody on Twitch and YouTube can see what we're doing. This is Nomad Sculpt by Nomad. Sculpt. Nomad. Sculpt. Yes. Sorry. It's not a difficult question. Alright. Let's smooth this back side up just a little bit. Okay. We still have to trim off the back of this leg here, because again it's going to print on its back when it prints. Alright, so what's left? Well, we need to do the eyes, the face, if you will, and then we need to put the feathers on the body. Okay, looks like I moved my iPad, didn't I? Sorry. Let's square it up here again. How do you make the exact dimensions for things? It's really, this is more of a kind of a freestyle, free sculpt application. So you're not going to get CAD accuracy if you know how to create objects that can be with, so basically the tolerances here, I've learned how to visualize and eyeball it. I've also had a little bit of practice in knowing what works and what doesn't work. But there is no way, really, at least not yet in this iteration of Nomad, to lay down exact measurements for objects. If that makes any sense. Hopefully that makes sense. Like I said, it's at this point it's a visual 3D sculpting application. There are places where you can enter things in manually. You can enter in numbers and whatnot, but even the ruler, in this there's a ruler or measure, it's called, down here. It allows you to measure, but it doesn't tell you what the measurements are in. So, like I said, it's more a visual sculpting tool than it is a CAD accurate tool. But it works great for creating, stuff like what I'm doing. And I have done a lot. Over the past 6 months, I've developed 40 plus models for my collection. So no complaints here. All right. I'm just going to save. I'm not going to do a version on this. Haven't done anything major. All right. Let's see. What's next? One of the things that I was suggestion I was given the other day was to create a cup. So when we get this to a point where it's quote unquote done and ready to be all sliced up into pieces for articulation as far as the body goes, we're going to do a solid version and excavate in here to create kind of a pencil cup setup, or utensils or napkin holder. So do you just leave bigger gaps to be sure it moves? Yes. Again, it isn't arbitrary. I've done a lot of testing. I've got some master scenes set up for linking, for successful linking and successful printing and articulation. But for each individual, yes, it's probably going to be different depending on your printer setup and what printers you're using, etc. The best thing I recommend to people is, if you're interested in trying this program out, it's only 20 bucks. If you got a printer, you can get in here and create some stuff, shoot it over your printer, test it out, see how it works, and you will be pleasantly surprised. First of all, how simple the program is to use, and some of the cool stuff that you can make. This is one of our most recent objects for my wife, who is a breast cancer survivor 2 times. This is our cause penguin, which originated from our original penguin. She loves penguins. This is what I got started doing, creating penguins. There's our ghost penguin for Halloween. And then we have a koala. We have a panda and a jack-o'-lantern. We haven't printed this guy in color yet, but we're getting the filament for him today. This is our scarecrow. So, cool stuff. Lots of fun. All right, I'm going to keep moving. All right, so we need to add eyes. We need to sculpt the face around the eyes. We need to widen the beak so it comes out behind the wattle a little bit. And then we need to put feathers on this guy. And then we'll be ready to convert it into a cup, or save a version that will be the cup. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, so let's get busy with, let's do the eyes first. I'm going to do the eyes the same way that we have done the feather detail back here. I'm going to grab our ellipse mask and make sure. If you tap anywhere with any mask tool selected, anywhere off the model, or actually probably on the model too, you'll invert the mask. That's what's going on there. Let's see, mask ellipse. I'm going to mask with an ellipse. Now this is really cool. So I've set up custom brushes here. If I want to put polka dots on this turkey, that's all I have to do. Just draw polka dots all over this guy. And then I go to my mask select, my mask extraction tool, and boom, there you go. A turkey with chicken pox. That's not what we want though. We're going to use this to create eyes. And now my pencil is dying. Alright, so there is our first eye. I don't think it's big enough. Let's go bigger. Alright, let's blur this. And then we'll go ahead and extract that for eyes. I'm going to extract. And then I'm going to do an extraction on top of that. Whoop. With a circle. Whoop. That's right, I changed the mask, didn't I? Boom. There we go. And there you go. You've got an eye inside of an eye. That's one way to do it. Nice thing is this follows the curve of the object. That's the nice thing about using the mask extraction tool. Let's clear all of our masks. And then let's go ahead and res this up. And then smooth the daylights out of it. Okay, so there is our turkey's eyeballs. And then so it doesn't look like we just pasted those eyes on, even though we did. Don't tell anybody. I'm going to add a layer here, and we are going to go ahead and pull some eyebrows out of here for this guy. Drop the intensity down, and sculpt this face around the eye a little bit. Make it look like he's surprised, like, wow, Thanksgiving is coming and I can't believe I'm still here. And then we'll smooth it. And then I think we'll do a little bit of sculpting down here around the bottom of the eye. Smooth it. And there we go. We have sculpted the face of our turkey. But we're not done yet. But wait, how much would you pay for a turkey that is perfectly sculpted? All right, now we're going to grab our, which brush did I use to do this? Oh gosh. It's not the, is it the stamp brush? Gosh, I can't remember now. I don't think it was the stamp brush. We could use the stamp brush. I have a turkey feather texture I've already created down here. I don't remember which one I used, so let's start out with this one. Yep, it's not that one. Shoot. I can't remember which tool I used. It wasn't stamp, was it? I already said that, right? Let's go down here and grab our turkey feather. No, it was not stamp. I don't think I used the inflate tool on the... Well, I suppose we could. Let's try, let me grab the circle and change it to the feather. No, I used something, maybe it was just paint. No, I controlled the fall off. Sorry folks, give me a second here. I am drawing a blank here. Wow. I think the part that's messing me up here is, oh, that's where it is, the fall off, okay. Okay, we want the smooth step, although I think I went with something more like this. And then we grab the brush, and I don't want color, I just want the bump. Okay, it should be, the edge should be smoother than that though. Give me a sec here. Yeah, we might have gone out too far to the edge. Let's try this. That might work. You know, amazingly, that's not it. Because we should be able to vary the size. Definitely don't want that. I'm going to add another layer here. We're going to call it feathers. Oh, I think I used this style, the fur tool, but then I set it to feathers. This is a preset tool, except I didn't use color. I'm going to shut the color off because I just want the bump. Yeah, it's a little too intense. Let's drop that down. I am going to, let's try that for the preset. Got a line at the top and the bottom. Alright, let's see if we can tweak that out. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, is there's a lot of different ways, and no way is right or wrong, it just is. So I don't like these lines that it's putting in there. That might be because of my alpha. Let's switch back to Affinity Designer and see if oh, I think that's it. Yeah, I didn't make this as a tile. Shoot. Let's see. Where's my crop tool? I'm more of an Illustrator person. I've only been using Affinity for a little while, so I'm still a little fuzzy on it. Okay, point to point. There we go. And midpoint to about there. And if I bring this down here, is what free? Affinity? No, Designer? No. No, it is not. Feathers 6. Looks like I've got a 7, so let's go feathers 8. Let's import from files. Nomad. Textures. Nope, it's in stamps. Where did I put stamps? Reasons. There it is. Open. Still got that edge. So I'm gonna have to create a map that's got a smooth edge or an alpha. Let's get rid of this because I won't use that again. Actually, let's try this. And it's pretty much the same. Wow, it's real extreme on the height of the bump map. the center. You don't want to duplicate your pattern across the center, so I usually just turn symmetry off. Still in the feathers, yet. And then turn symmetry back on. Try to line that texture up as best as you can. I don't want any feathers in here because that's going to mess with my geometry. So, how do we avoid that? I think if we turn on smooth, there we go, or mask. Alright, that should mask everything inside there. And then all we have to do is blur it a little bit. And now I should be able, oh actually, you know what, another place we want feathers is behind our eyes. So I'll go ahead and mask this off. I don't mind above and below the eye, but definitely not on the eye itself. Okay, anywhere else? I think we're good. Everything else can receive feathers. So we go back to our feather brush. And we lay in our feathers. I'm going to go a little more intense on that. Let's pump up to 15%. See, now we're not getting feathers back here in the crevices, which would greatly mess with our articulation. And we can't have that. Not when we work so hard to set it up. Turn symmetry off. Symmetry back on. Going down the legs now. Symmetry off in front. Symmetry back on. Symmetry off for the front. And let's go top of the head and the back of the head. Symmetry on. Symmetry off. Roughly speaking, we have a feathered turkey. Alright, on that note, I do have some errands that I need to run, so I apologize. I was thinking we would get through all of this today, but unfortunately we're not. And I do have to finish this and get it ready for my Harvest Collection release, so that's what we're going to be doing. That's what I'm going to be doing this week, or weekend.